Hi everyone waiting, just so you know this presentation will start in approximately half an hour. There will be no audio until then. However, feel free to head over to room 1. You can go to acl-mini.com, click on room 1 and go and watch Alan Hansen's show. This is just a message to advise that this room is currently not in use. Head over to acl-mini.com to watch Alan and his presentations on electronics.
Okay, Remote Falcon, what is it and why would you use it? And as I said, this is just a bit of an overview for people who haven't seen it, don't know what it is. The name is a bit confusing. Just because it says Falcon, it's not actually talking about Falcon controllers or specifically the Falcon Pi player. The guy that wrote it by the name of James Vance obviously uses Falcon Pi player, and that's what he called it. And then Keith integrated it into Xschedule, which is what I use for my show. So it works both with FPP and Xschedule, and just unfortunately a bit of a misnomer in the name. So what is it? It basically allows viewers to request which sequence or song gets played next, and there's two modes for that. One's called voting, one's called jukebox. I'll just run through some slideshows, give you a bit of an idea, and then I'll show you it in action. So the big question is, why would you use it and why wouldn't you use it? So there's a few reasons why you want to use it. It provides a bit of an interactivity for the audience. So basically what it does, it provides a website that the audience can go to, see the list of songs and either vote for them. So if you've got a huge big crowd, they can all vote. The song that gets the most votes gets played next. So you've got a sequence with, say, 5 songs in it. You've got 30 other songs to choose from. The audience can go, we all want to hear Dance Monkey. That's the song that gets voted. The other method is with the jukebox mode. It's like a jukebox at the pub. They select which song and it queues up, and then the next song gets queued up and gets played with the queue. There is a lot of stats with the program when you log into your account on the James's website, and so you can actually see over time which song gets voted the most or which song gets requested the most. Why wouldn't you use it? Because you've got a set show and you don't want people to interact. So if you've got a set show, you don't want people to change it, you don't want people to choose the next song, don't bother. You can leave now. It's really easy to set up. You go to remotefalcon.com and you register. Once you've registered, you'll get a token with Falcon Pi player. You have to download the Remote Falcon plugin, set it up, stick your token in. If you use an Xschedule, there's a plugin, you stick your token in there. I'll show you a few things in a minute, what that looks like. That's basically the picture at the bottom is basically what the website looks like when you first log in. It shows you the name of your show, which mine's Tingera Lights, and it shows you the URL that your show that people will be able to look at on their mobile phone. As I said, if you're using FPP, you download the plugin, stick in your token, and away you go. If you're using the Xschedule, plugin's there, and that's what the Xschedule plugin looks like. The token page, so all the dots is a great big token that it gives you. There's a few things to note. So the playlist is the one that contains all the songs you want people to choose. So basically you make 2 playlists. You have your normal sequence playlist, and then you make another. So as you can see in my demonstration, I've got one that's called Christmas All, and it contains all the Christmas songs I've got, even all the really rubbishy ones that are really basic sequences. Doesn't matter, people pick them if they want them. And then below, there's a bunch of different options that you need to set up. In this one, you can see that I've got the Christmas weeknights show and the pre-show. So you can actually get people to be allowed to change things depending on which show. So if you run a few different shows, which I do, I can select, say, no, they're not allowed to actually use jukebox during the pre-show. I've actually ticked that they are allowed to on this picture, but I can select no, they're not allowed to use the jukebox or voting during the pre-show show. So I've run pre-show about 15 minutes before the actual show starts, just checks the lights. Click. So, let's see. Oh, we don't want that one. Just bear with us a sec.
So could you actually have a playlist per day, like or Monday to Wednesday or Friday, Saturday?
Just bear with us a sec. Throw that back up there.
So that's actually my website that I've logged into, and
This is the main stats page.
so I've left it. I didn't change it from last year. So
It shows the unique visits.
per day, the total page visits.
I just use jukebox mode.
And it shows you the total jukebox requests. So for me, Dance Monkey was the most popular song, had 26 requests, and the Christmas Rhapsody
Was the next most popular song that was selected. Could be handy if you run this for the first couple of weeks and see everyone wants Dance Monkey and it's not in your normal show, whack it in your normal show because everyone obviously wants to see it. So
That's just sort of some of the things.
these ones are empty because I don't use the voting system. There's no point for me using the voting system because I don't get many people at a time watching it. So 2 people voting really doesn't make any sense. But if you're one of these people who've got a great big piece of grass across the road from you and there's 100 people sitting there, then the voting you might want to use instead of the jukebox. So
That voting then determines that crowd, which is the most popular request.
So as we just saw, the main dashboard shows you all that info of how many page visits, which was the most popular song, etc. The next page is the account settings. This is going to be fun.
Scroll back to the top. So the account settings page lets you set the.
So when you first log in, you've got to use a name. That gets set. That show name there is only what appears on the tab in the web browser. Doesn't actually change the URL. So if you're going to get into Remote Falcon, make the decision what you want to call your website URL because that's what you've got for the rest of your life unless you cancel the account and raise a new one.
You can do things like change the password.
This request API access. Remote Falcon is all hosted by James Vance on his server in America. Don't know how many people are using it, quite a few. He had a few minor issues last year. He upped his server, so he didn't get any issues. But he's now released the API, so if you want to host your Remote Falcon on your own server, you can request the API and he'll let you run it all.
And yeah, and
Delete the account.
I'll make sure I don't touch. No.
So that was the account settings we saw. This is the viewer settings. So I'll run through these and then show you up on the screen. So this gives you the options of what the viewer can see and do. So you can either turn it on or off. I'll show you in a minute what that looks like. With both Falcon Pi Player and Xschedule, you can actually set things so that it automatically works when your show's active and doesn't work when your show's not active. The viewer control mode for the jukebox of voting. Play PSA and PSA sequence. So PSA is public service announcement. So you can have a PSA sequence, and what you can do is, so tick the box for play PSA, put the name of your sequence in, and then the PSA frequency, so I've got it set up so every 5 requests, it automatically plays my PSA. And my PSA says, be nice to the neighbours, don't park in their driveway, keep the volume down, keep voting, select your favourite songs, blah, blah, blah. So there's also a thing in there that says for the people who haven't got the remote Falcon going on their phone, they hear the PSA play and it says go to tingaralights.com to vote for your song. They go, okay. So the message display time shows how long the status message is displayed. So when you select a song, it pops up a message on your phone says song selected or error, and you can select how long that stays visible on their phone. And then there's a few advanced settings. Pop back here.
So a few controls currently
Currently off.
because
I don't have this show running.
running. I've got jukebox mode, I've got PSA,
My PSA is called PSA.
and I said every 5 songs. I've got it.
3 is the default setting. I actually upped it last year to 4 because I felt it was just a bit too quick.
But, and then there's these advanced settings for maximum jukebox queue depth and jukebox sequence request limit. The advanced settings change
Whether you've got jukebox selected or voting selected. So if I had changed it to voting, these 2 things would change here.
So for jukebox, what the queue depth
Depth mean is I've got it set for 3, which means only 3 songs can be selected. So my show's going, song 1 plays, song 2 plays, 3 songs get requested, they play, then it goes back to song 3 in my sequence. If that number's too high, it just means people can select, if you have that set to 100, people can select 100 songs, which they can't because I don't have 100 songs, but if you did, your normal show would never finish, basically.
and this jukebox request
Limit is how many times a song can be requested. So I've got it set to once, so someone can't sit out there and just queue up Dance Monkey 100 times in a row.
Yeah, and that's like a sequential group of people. If you just have Dance Monkey and then there's another group of people,
Yeah,
because you just said
yeah. So no one else, so yeah.
not in their selection.
Yeah, so if you select the Dance Monkey, and then Kimmy turned up, select the Dance Monkey, wouldn't be able to select because it was still in the queue with the same name. Wouldn't
select it. So this
check viewer present.
I've got off, and I'm going to switch it on so you can see what happens.
This gives you the ability to make sure that only people in front of your show can use the app.
So you've got 2 methods. One's the
Code method,
and you just set a
code. I've got the fancy code of 1. And basically what that does, the person selects the song on their phone and it says enter the code, and they have to select enter the code. I think it actually pops up the code and then they have to tap the code in.
The other option is GPS location. So
It automatically detects your GPS location based on your computer or Falcon location, which if it's connected to the internet actually might be in Sydney because that's where your internet provider is, not 100% accurate.
but you can,
Stick your custom location.
and then you can set the distance in miles.
So only anyone within half a mile will be able to request a song. So that stops people turning up to your show, working out how this works, then going home and for the next 30 nights going, Dance Monkey, Dance Monkey, Dance Monkey. And you're going, why is Dance Monkey? There's no one there in front of your house.
So that's the 2 options for those, and you can turn that on or off.
I didn't bother having it on last year because not many people knew about it. So that's that page. So basically what I'm showing you is this is your website. So once you've logged into Remote Falcon, registered, got your token, you can log into this and this is what you see. This is not what the viewer sees. We'll see what the viewer sees at the end. Next slide. So the viewer custom page. So, back to
Yeah. Oh, shut up. Yeah. I've leaped ahead.
head. Looks like I leaped ahead one. So once you've, I'll explain in a minute, but the website that the user sees, you can modify and make it look however you want. There's certain sections you can't change, because that's the stuff that talks back to the server that says this is the song that's playing, this is the song that's next playing. He's got a viewer gallery. So once you've got your page all set up,
You can select these options to. Hang on. No, I've jumped ahead. So
what you do is once you've first logged in, you download the default viewer page, which is basically just a blank page, and then you modify it and then upload it for your pretty pictures or the name of your show and all that.
once you've uploaded it once, you can
Download it again if you've lost it or whatever.
and you want to change it again.
This show viewer page on gallery. So there's another tab, which is the viewer page gallery. And anyone who's ticked this box for yes, it shows all the Remote Falcon users' pages, just a little snippet on the screen. So you can have a look at what other people, how they're set up their web page, and you can download their web page and steal all their code and stuff. It's free. It basically says if you upload it,
If you click this box,
you're happy for other people to steal your bit of code.
and this is the viewer page lights, which changes what the name up here is. So it says Tingira Lights because I wrote Tingira Lights. And you can also put an icon, so
Instead of having the Remote Falcon icon on the web page, you can put your own little...
URL icon if you're so inclined. Did that one.
So this is the next one. Ooh, what happened here? 7. So that was the custom page to see what your show looks like. So the next page is the sequences. So as I said, I've got one. It's called Christmas All. It's all 30 sequences. For this example, you're going to see I've made a special sequence. It's just only got 5. And there's a bunch of things you can do. You can mark whether the sequence is visible or not. You can delete the sequences. There's now a new button where you can actually play the sequence yourself. So it's like a request function for yourself. The sequence name and the sequence display name, I'll show that in a minute, but basically the sequence's name is what your actual FSEQ name is, whereas the sequence display name is the name that the viewers will see. I'll show in a sec how that might make sense. And you can now also put an image. The list can be sorted by drag or drop or sorted alphabetically.
And that's the page.
So this is my example one. And as you can see, my actual FSEQ names are numbered.
1 to 6. So I've got 1, Take Care, 2, Blinding Lights, Hey Come, whatever.
I've cut these down, but my actual sequence for Hey Come is Hey Come Look at My Lights. It's the full name of the song, which is pretty long, and you wouldn't necessarily want that full name coming up on someone's little mobile phone outside.
So that's what this column here is, the sequence.
Sequence display name.
So as you can see, what I've done is I actually made them long.
Longer, just to prove that that's what the sort of thing you can do.
So the audience will actually see, hey, come look at my lights, instead of just, hey,
Come.
and they don't see the numbers. And as you said, you can drag and drop or
Sort alphabetically with a button that says sort alphabetically.
and over, where's my mouse?
So over here is the visible link. So as you can see, I've got the PSA there, so I can actually manually select the PSA, but the viewers can't see the PSA because I've crossed out the I. So that's just a matter of tick. Oh, yeah, tick. Untick.
And I said you can delete, oh, I don't actually want this sequence to be seen at all, so you can just delete it because you've gone, I've added my whole Christmas all list with all 30 of them, but I actually don't want a bunch of them in there at all, so I can just delete them. They don't delete out of your actual sequence playlist on your FPP or X schedule. It's just deleting them from what's available to the users. And this was only recently done. Some guy requested saying, oh, can I have a button on my website? I can just play it. If I click this button now, it'll just play that sequence. And you can save the changes, which I'll probably do. And that last row is for the icons, which we'll see when we actually see the website. Back to that. The next page is the viewer page gallery. So that's what I said before, where you tick the box saying, yes, I want people to be able to see my web page. And there's options for downloading it or hearting it. So go back to here, scroll back up, and this is the viewer page. So as you can see, this is a bunch of other people's websites. There's a little heart button. You tick that. The hearts. Don't know why. As I tell people, don't just go hearting the first page, because if I scroll down, there's actually 13 pages of this. He used to have it sorted alphabetically, but now it's sorted by heart, and it actually makes it harder to go find someone else's if you know the name of their show, which is a bit of a nuisance. But you see, these guys got falling snowflakes on his web page. This guy's got a nice picture. Mine's on here somewhere, but it's about page 6 or 7 now. Changes every time someone adds a page or not. Got hearts. This guy's got snowy snowflakes. This is actually a good example to show you if you are going to use Remote Falcon and you're designing your web page, remember, nearly 100% of your viewers will be viewing it on something like this. So be aware of how big some of your pictures and stuff are, because it's going to wipe out 90% of the screen and they're not going to be able to see stuff. This sort of stuff doesn't slow it down, but it does slow it down a little bit. So this guy's got this fancy on-air, off-air buttons. This viewer page gallery is basically, I'm pretty sure it's shown live, so the stuff that you're seeing won't show what's actually happening. There's different websites. And as you can see, you can download it, and then you can have a look at their HTML and go, oh, that's how that guy's done that. Copy and paste. It's pretty simple. If you've never played with HTML, it could be a bit scary, but it's pretty well commented what you can and can't touch. There's only a sort of handful of guys on here who are actually good at HTML. This one guy did all that one at the top with the snowflakes and all that, and about half a dozen people just copied and pasted, put it on theirs. It's that simple. What am I up to? I don't know what, this keeps going backwards. Yeah, so as I said, modifying the HTML for what your website look back, it's not as scary as it sounds. There's a lot of comments in the HTML that tell you what you can and can't change. The main things to change are after the end style tag. When you look through the HTML, there's stuff with the header for your name of your show. There's image if you want one. The intro, when I'll show you, bring mine up, it'll make more sense. And various other options. So basically, those would be the things that you would change. Pretty much everything else you leave alone. And they're well marked in the comment. It says intro text. And then write your intro text here, it says in the default website. So it's all header, put your name of your show. That's actually what it shows in the blank one. So, Remote Falcon, demo of the modes. Get your phones out and go to tingiralights.com.
Now, what I've done, I've actually got my own web page, and I've got tingiralights.com, and it just forwards it. So when you actually go to tingiralights.com, it'll actually go straight to tingiralights.remotefalcon.com. It's just a few less bits of code.
Which should look like, which one? It should look like this currently.
So I left mine basically the default.
Colours.
As you see, the bars look really, really wide on a big screen, but on the actual phone, they fit, because it's just the HTML is designed, it will fit to the maximum screen width.
As you can see, I've just got the name of the show.
I've got the thing there, tuned to, so the people
Get in and see that. It says playing now.
now. And as you'll notice, this says, it's not playing, this says, our show is scheduled at these times. So there's a thing in the HTML where you write that section for when it's not working.
It'll look like that. And then at the bottom, you'll see why these 3 green lines,
So that's where all your queue stuff will go.
in a minute. And then there's another little thing about the show, a link to my Facebook page. And now I whacked this thing off.
Someone put this on their viewer page gallery and went, oh, that's pretty cool.
So I made this.
This is for the Newcastle area.
This shows all the
Displays in the Newcastle area. Has yours on there?
I don't know, is he? There you go. It just pop. You click on it.
If you want to do this, it actually was simpler than it looked. You go on Google Maps and you work it out. You've got to actually type all the names of the places. So I just used the thing from the ACL display locations and
Put everyone's details in, and you can actually scroll out and have a look at them all. Where's the Medowie ones? There's one.
Kindlebark Drive, Medowie.
So I just thought this was sort of handy if people are.
Looking at my show and went, oh, I want to go and look at the good shows around Newcastle.
They can go and look at that one.
So the trick is that that's not currently going because my show is not running. So for this to work, your show, either on FPP, Xschedule, whatever you're using, has to be running. Wow, that's loud. Okay, we'll turn that down a bit. So that's my show now running. And as you notice, my website has changed. And if you're still looking at it on your phone,
You'll now see.
now what I've done for this demo, I cut all my songs down to 15 seconds because we didn't want to sit here for 3 minutes waiting for the next one.
And as you can see, I've put the pictures for a couple of these.
These just for testing purpose.
So that's what,
Well,
if you're looking at your phone, that's what you'll see.
someone selected Taking Care, someone's reselected Blinding Lights.
So as you can see, the queue's full.
So the people who are selecting stuff will see that message that comes up, says added successfully, queue's full, whatever.
And you'll be seeing that here. So
See how the PSA's automatically kicked in. None of you selected that because you can't see.
see PSA.
But I've had 5 songs selected and I've gone, right, I'm over that, and the PSA will play. So that's a handy thing if you don't want someone to sit outside your house watching all 30 of your songs. That was a lesson learned. I had this dude that came back 3 nights in a row and just went request, request, request. And because I've got a very small area for people to park, I can't have cars parked for very long, which is why my show's only 5 or 6 songs long. So that's when I introduced the PSA. The full PSA basically says, go away, stop selecting songs, along with all these. So if you're going to do the jukebox mode and you want to have, you don't want people to hang around too long, put a PSA in every so many songs that basically says, I'm glad you've chosen 5 songs, could you now please give someone else a go?
That's the only way to stop someone from selecting multiple ideas.
So if we go back to,
One interface, one vote type of thing.
yeah, so if we go back to here. So this is in the jukebox. So I've said
Maximum number of songs that can be in the queue is 3.
and you can only
Vote for a song once. So once Blinding Lights is up there, no one else can vote for it until it's played and it's dropped out of the queue.
So if I change this to voting mode, and then, so see how once I've clicked voting mode,
The advanced section's changed,
it's not going to prevent multiple votes.
so that stops one person voting for the same song 100 times.
And-
Stop another person who belongs.
No, it doesn't stop. It's just that one person from, yeah.
you can reset the votes
After a number of sequences,
so that
after the sequence is played, you can set it so it resets the votes, so it starts again.
and save change. No, I don't think I did. So if I now go back to here,
Oh, what's happened? Okay, I've killed it by selecting. Okay, it's right. This maybe. Bluey. Okay, I seem to have an issue where it hasn't.
okay, that might be an interesting thing. So I've changed it for voting mode, and it looks like it's
Completely killed it off. So I'm thinking if I stop the show, restart it. I've never tried to change from voting to jukebox while it was going, so yeah, there you go. So the reason it didn't work, lesson learned, you can't change from voting to jukebox while the show's actually playing. So you decide at the start. So as you can see with the voting mode, you've got the same things, and then over here there's votes. So if you all start voting crazy, if it's now like 3 people want to see Lee, whatever it is. And you also note with the voting page, it doesn't show you the next song up because, well, you don't really need to see it because it's the number of votes is going to be the one. So, yeah. And there's two options. The FPP plugin's got a few more options where you can select that it's going to interrupt your sequence completely for all the songs that go, or it only interrupts the one song, then goes back to the sequence, plays that next song. You can also make it interrupt a sequence, show sequence song in the middle of the song. So I've got that turned off because that's really dumb. So like halfway through the song, someone in jukebox mode can select, and it will just cut that song off. But I've got it set so that it plays the next song in the queue, goes back to the sequence, plays the next song in the queue. I think it works that well. It plays the 3 songs in the queue. So there's a lot of options. The guy, James Vance, he's got a Facebook page. He's really, really great guy. He's super quick. I had an issue when he made some changes, added in that new image icon and something else he did at the same time. I found a bit of a bug. He actually has a GitHub, the same as Xlights, and you can write up the bug fancy, but I was just on Facebook and I just went, oh, this doesn't quite work. He replied within about 2 minutes and he fixed it within 5. So he's happy for updates. As I said, he's got a great wiki site. His wiki site's really, really good for Falcon Pi Player. It tells you everything, how to set it up. It doesn't have much with Xschedule, But it's pretty simple to set up. So you guys are going ballistic, loading for the same songs over and over. Yeah, it just goes back to the normal sequences. Yeah. Yeah, so back where it was. So if song 1 was playing, a bunch of people voted for songs, they stopped, then song 2 would play. 3, 4, 5, back to 1. Oh, that's my PSA playing, because you guys voted too many songs.
Okay, so
Oh. Mute. Now, the biggest trick is going to promote your website to your visitors. Because what you've got to be able to tell them, for instance, mine is tinguerralights.remotefalcon.com. Luckily, I've got a forwarder so they can just go to tinguerralights.com, but it's a reasonable size URL. So somehow you've got to get it out there so that visitors know to actually pick up their phone and go on their web browser, tinguerralights.remotefalcon.com, and start playing, and what the heck do they do with it? You can put instructions, which did probably come up for people looking at it, that says, you know, to vote, click the button, whatever. All the usual things on your Facebook page or other social media, if you have a website for your own show. If you put your show on Christmas light sites, so there's at least 2 in the Hunter Valley that are really good if you want to promote your show, and it gives you a big comment thing where you can put the time. And for me, I can put, when you're visiting, select your song by going to tinguerralights.com. On your Tune To sign, if you've got a nice fancy panel matrix sign, you can have it scrolling across. I've got that now on my Tune To sign. It says, vote for your song. Then the next line says tinguerralights.com. A static sign, I made up a static sign. It's just an A4 page. I just went to qr-code.generator.com, stuck in the URL, which is the tinguerralights.remotefalcon, and it generated a fancy little QR code. I just made an A4 piece of paper and said, hey, select your songs, go to tinguerralights.com, or QR code. So you just pops up and away they start voting. Or you can make little flyers with or without the QR code on. You could hand them out to people when they turn up, and obviously remote word of mouth. My sign out the front, I don't think was very obvious because it was only this big, but you can go to Officeworks or whatever and get fairly large vinyl signs made up for, you know, 10, 20 bucks or whatever. So if you were really keen, you could go that option for a sign to get it out there. At the moment, I'm happy that not too many people know how to use it for my show because of the limits that I have.
That's a good one. We sort of oversight our line by walking down the street. We've got a cul-de-sac with a concrete drive access to another 8 houses. And the crowds come up, walk around, because basically we've got about 5 or 6 houses. And we've all cooperated with nice winter nights. But we would normally oversight our display by being out there. So we might be 100 or 200 metres away watching the crowds. Yeah, a good way to actually change the display.
Yeah, it's just,
Like the playlist as people come.
yeah, as I said, it's just an interactivity thing. If you don't want to use it, don't, but it's there. It's really easy to set up.
on the bottom here, as I said, he's got a GitHub.
And you can put requests for changes and bugs if you find them.
And there's a virtual Christmas.
Summit that was done earlier in the year, last year when it was. James actually did what I did, but a bigger, longer, full. So if you want to really see, and he does it with Falcon Pipe Player, so if you want to really sort of see, you can go and waste another hour listening to some other dude waffle on about how this all works. The wiki on,
Go back to here. Go back to his site. So down here, on the bottom of every page, there's a thing where you can, the Facebook group, put in your requests. You can email him with a problem. And, where is it? Can't remember where it is. The help. Help. The help will take you to the Remote Falcon wiki eventually. And his wiki is absolutely great. Falcon Piper, it shows you step by step everything. For some reason it doesn't seem to want to be going. Maybe my internet's dropped out. So that was basically it, unless anyone's got any questions. Ben just came in and like I'm running over time. Yeah, he gave me the wind up. Yes. So what you have to do is you have to create. Can I? Okay, so this is X schedule, which not many people are using, but it's pretty similar to FPP. So what you have to do is you have to make a playlist, which I've just called all, that has all the songs you want people to be able to vote with. And then you have your normal sequence, your normal playlist. So basically, you've got to sort of create two playlists. And then this playlist is the one that just runs. Does that make sense? Is that?
Yeah, so then there's a plug-in between the two remote Falcon and FPP or Xschedule all together.
Yeah, once you put... So... Yeah, I've just got to drag this one over. So in... So, yeah, so... Yeah, it's just the... So in... Oh, come on, options. It's going to come on. Yeah. So... Okay, this will look slightly different in FPP, but basically, that's my token, and I have to put the name of the playlist that is the one I want people to be able to select the songs from. So I just call it all to keep it simple, and you just put that in there. And this is the options. It's the same in Falcon PyPlayer. There's got the same similar options. There's even got scripts that you can manually switch on and off. But it actually, this enable disable one. As soon as the show starts, it talks to the Remote Falcon website, says, hey, I've started, start putting the songs up. That's what this log, cancel that. That's what this log, I don't think this log shows up in FPP, but on Xschedule, it's a bit hard to see, but it said it started, it's updating the Remote Falcon with the currently playing song, it's updated with the one that someone's just selected. So basically, once you put your token in and you tell Remote Falcon what your playlist is, it's just all automated. That's it. Now I've got to stop my show. Stop. You do. There's one right here.
No rush.
No, I'm done. Ugh.
You want to see that one? Yeah. Gotta grab that one. Yeah, thanks. Don't want that one to be dropped. And somewhere here, I can't see it in your arms. There was another bit still left.
It's been available for about 18 months, I think. Oh, really? Yeah. No, I just stumbled upon it. I stumbled upon it like a week after he first released it. And I started playing right from the start and couldn't work it out. And had to chat to Keith because there was a few little... Basically, you have to have a schedule running. So you have to have a playlist with all your songs and another playlist actually running for it to work. But it's just a... As I said, you don't want to use it, don't use it. Oh, I should switch.
Oh, yeah. Okay, everyone hear me? Does this have a speaker that presents?
If you want, you can speak into this one.
Ah, okay.
That's a remote.
Yeah, that's good, although I'm kind of, never mind. All right, so I am Mr. 13, presenting on the topic of power distribution and injection. Yeah, I think you all hear me well enough? Great, because my voice isn't the loudest. Okay, so to begin with, there are two common ways of laying out the power distribution in a display with pixel lights. The first one here would be central power distribution, which works well for a small yard. You'll have all your power supplies in one small area and run wires out to the display items. Advantage of this would be weatherproof, it's secure, no one's going to tamper with your controller boxes, especially if you have them in somewhere like a garage, and you don't need as many boxes. Disadvantages, more cabling. However, it is all low voltage cable. You'll have to use thicker cables because there'll be more voltage drop between the power supplies and the pixel lights. Can be impractical with 5 volt, which I'll briefly cover a bit of 5 volt versus 12 volt. That's not the main purpose of this talk, but I'll touch on that point. Because voltage drop has more effect on 5 volt lights than it does on 12 volt lights. You lose the same amount of voltage, which is a higher percentage. So anyway, I'll get to that slide. Impractical with a large yard, which is related to the above points. The type of, so the other option here being distribution from multiple points. This is the one I chose for myself. The one you choose depends on your own personal preferences and the style of display that you have. I think what else? Please interrupt me throughout this talk if there's something you want me to cover, or if you don't understand something I say. Need everyone to be on the same page. Please interrupt me. X-Lights and Falcon Player, they are only used to, or any sequencer really, they're only used to send out data to your lights. They don't care how you distribute power. That's completely different. It's just pixel data. So I'm not going to, whoops, I didn't mean to change slide. I'm not going to cover configuring X-Lights or Falcon Player. It's not relevant to this talk. Okay, so I chose for myself to have power distribution from multiple points. You can use a combination of the two. So you might decide, okay, my house is a long way back from the front of the property, so I'm going to have all my power supplies in the house in one place. But that's not going to reach the front of the yard, so I might have a really secure box there that's not going to get any weather, not going to get any rain in it, and run my lights close to the front of the property powered from supplies in that box. Let's see. You can have, with this power distribution from multiple points, because you have oh, sorry, that's the next slide. What am I talking about? Yes. So less cable, and that's because power supplies are near the lights. Shorter cables will have less voltage drop because voltage drop happens over distance. So if you have a shorter cable, there'll be less voltage drop. It's due to resistance in the cable, which, again, longer cable, more resistance. If you're using 5 volt, you will want to have your power supplies near the lights because, again, those long cables, voltage drop, run into some trouble there. Disadvantages, weatherproofing. If you're going to have your power supply boxes spread throughout the yard, then any one of those boxes having rainwater getting in is a problem. You have more boxes to seal, and at that point there, more boxes. You have more hardware and power out in the yard, so if someone wants to, and I haven't heard of too many cases of this, but if someone does want to come and tamper with your display, it's not as secure. And you're also running more 240 volt around the place. If you're running low voltage cables everywhere, sure, you'll have more voltage drop problems, but at least you're not running 240 volt everywhere. I went for this option. I've normally been I had quite a large yard, a lot of 5 volt lights as well, which I really like my 5 volt lights. So I use a bit of both 5 volt and 12 volt. Let's see, traditional LED strings. I'll briefly cover this. I have a lot of these traditional LED strings. I really like them. The way that these are set up, once you have them configured to run, I like to have them configured to run at all the same voltage, which is a separate topic in itself. But if you want to know more about setting up traditional lights, please do ask me after the presentation. They're quite simple to power because there's not such a voltage drop problem. I run mine at 31 volts. The exact voltage you choose can vary, but it's typically well and truly above even 12 volts. So if you lose a bit of voltage, it doesn't really matter. It's a small percentage of your supply voltage. These can go a really long way without any power injection. You just connect the power supply to the DC controller and then the DC controller to the lights. I recommend having your power supply and DC controller close to each other, but the lead-in cable going to each light set can be really long without a problem. I grabbed this from the 101 manual. I hope no one minds. Let's see. I keep bumping my trackpad and then it changes the slide. Okay, so when you first get traditional lights, you might buy them at a shop or order them online, doesn't really matter. They'll all want to run at their own voltage. Please do talk with me if you want to know how to get them running at the same voltage for this type of power distribution. Don't have to, you can run multiple voltages, but it gets a bit cumbersome. All right, 5 volt versus 12 volt, here we go. This is the big question. I can see you back there. Yes, you're with me, you like 5 volts. 12 volts. Whoops. Yeah, I'll use both. I wouldn't want to run my traditional lights at 5 volt though. And I should maybe even put traditional lights in here. They're really energy efficient. There's the first point there. They're not prone to voltage drop probably. Yeah, let's all use traditional lights. Forget pixels. No, not really. So 5 volt for nodes is, or even, it doesn't really matter for 5 volts. It's known to be energy efficient. You're not wasting the extra voltage that's supplied and therefore the extra power that's dissipated. But it is more prone to voltage drop problems because, like I said before, if you lose a bit of voltage, that's a larger percentage of the supply voltage. 12 volt, when it's nodes, it's inefficient because you're wasting the extra supplied voltage, but you're still only running a single RGB LED per node. It can be slightly more expensive. I don't think it's that much, but it's a little bit more. Less prone to voltage drop problems, so that's the benefit you get from the compromise being that it's inefficient. There are 2 different types in the case of nodes. There are resistor nodes, which use a resistor to drop the extra voltage and dissipate the extra power. And then there's a regulator type, which that uses a regulator, but it doesn't make it any more efficient, unfortunately. However, I have found, and that's what I have here, these, it's a bit tangled, but these here are Raywu's Pixel Icicles. They are the regulated type. And then, actually, if you want to just pass this around, here are my 5 volt nodes. I'll bring it over. My 5 volt nodes. And I should just mention this because one thing that a lot of us notice, especially in Australia, is that, like you can see here, when I bought these nodes, they were perfectly clear. Now they've gone sort of yellowy, brown, not great. Doesn't seem to affect the light output, but if I can avoid it, then I may as well. I asked Raywu to make me black pixel nodes with coloured wires so I could still tell which wire was which, and they seem to be fine in the weather. Although the wires can fade a bit, but the nodes themselves seem to be all right. So if you wanted to have a look at these, please do pass them around. And he made them in 5 volt as well. He normally only lists them with 12 volt and black wires. Here I have 5 volt black wires, and it's all right once I have them wired up, but it is a pain trying to tell which wire is which on those lights when they're all the same colour. So anyway, I would, as I say at the end of this slide, I would generally recommend 5 volt pixels if you have a large number of pixels in a small area, because voltage drop happens over distance, and when you have a large number of pixels, then the energy efficiency saves you a lot of power because it's a large number of pixels. So if you're going to make a big, say, matrix, I don't know, the size of one of these panels here or something, I'd go put a power supply right next to it and make it 5 volt. But if you wanted to put, say, a border around this projector screen, then you might want to go with 12 volt and you'll have longer cables. These regulated type 12 volt pixels seem to be really tolerant about voltage drop, even more so than the resistor ones, although I can't say I have any resistor. Actually, yes, I do. I had my 12 volt strip connected end to end with these, and last season, and I made a little bit of a mistake with my power distribution. So I had voltage drop where these nodes here connected to the strip, because I was accidentally powering these through the strip, and these were running perfectly fine, but my strip was showing funny colors because it was not as tolerant, even though it was a 12-volt strip, it was not as tolerant of the voltage drop compared to these regulated pixels. Are we good? Okay. Yes, so in the case of 12-volt strips and modules, they don't have this efficiency downside. However, you can only control the RGB LEDs in groups of 3. What they do is they connect those LEDs in series with each other, so they use up the 12 volts more efficiently. So if you're going to do a house outline, I wouldn't even think about using 5-volt strip. I'd go, yeah, 12-volt strip if you like strips. You don't need the high resolution, and it'll go a lot further without voltage drop problems. And it also saves you on channels as well, because every 3 RGB LEDs is 1 pixel. So you can run a really long strip before you run out of pixels supported on the controller output. Anyway, getting a bit off topic, I'm talking about data. All right, so you've set up your display, and something's showing incorrect colors, which I will demonstrate after I finish talking here. I have voltage drop. What should I do about it? So I would hope that we all know how to use power injection, but I'm about to explain how to do it. Use thicker power injection cables. So power injection is where you've connected a string of lights directly to a power supply, not through the controller, although you could technically say it's injecting through the controller at the beginning. And the reason we do that is because, like that string of lights you're passing around, the cables have length, cables have resistance. By the time the power gets, or the current gets from one end to the other, you have voltage drop. So if you connect a power supply back to the string of lights, then that resupplies the voltage, and it's above that threshold where you start having problems. These are pixel lights, so of course they're going to always be powered even when they're turned off. And they're turned on and off with data. So you can use thicker injection cables. When you use a thicker cable, it will go further before it loses as much voltage. It has a lower resistance. Shorten your cables, because voltage drop happens over distance. Increase the number of injection points, so you connect it to the power supply in more places, or lower the maximum brightness setting. I want to elaborate a bit on that last point, lowering the maximum brightness setting. That's fine. If you want to do that because that lowers the current, it will lower the voltage drop. If you want to do that so that you get correct pixel colors and you're just getting a little bit of pinking or yellowing on full brightness white, that's fine. Some people like to do that, and this is nothing, it's not exactly wrong to do this, it's just be mindful of what can go wrong. If you want to do that to increase the number of pixels that you can have per power supply, because when your data cable goes faulty and your data goes corrupt, you're relying on that data to limit the power consumption. So if your pixels are flickering, you no longer have that control, you may overload your power supply. So just be aware. It's not wrong to do that, but be aware that it can go wrong. To see whether that's the problem. Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with lowering the brightness if your system has no troubles when everything is on full brightness white. It's just you're not showing quite the right colors. If nothing's heating up, nothing's going up in smoke, yeah, sure, reduce the brightness, that's fine. Or if you want to see whether it's like a diagnosis thing. Yeah, so if you have some pixels that are showing pink when they should be white, and you want to go, okay, is that due to my power supply giving them the wrong voltage to begin with, or is it voltage drop happening along the string of lights? You could turn the brightness down, yes. And then I haven't tried this, but I think it would stay the wrong color if you dimmed it and the power supply is producing the wrong voltage to begin with. Another thing that can happen, especially with 12-volt resistor pixels, if your 12-volt power supply is outputting, I don't know, 12.5 volts. I've heard of a few cases on the forums where the pixels glow faintly when they should be off. So if that's happening, check your 12-volt power supply voltage.
I've also had a controller that overheated a few years ago, but it was still 42 degrees at 7:30 p.m.
Ouch, that's hot.
It was a very, very hot day, being 44 or something during the day. Stupid hot.
Yep.
My controller overheated, reset itself completely. When I switched it back on, I was worried about it, switched it back on. It reset to 100% brightness on all 16 channels.
Oh,
Luckily for me, the stuff I was running on was set capable of running 100% brightness. But if you're relying on that power supply to be putting out only 30% brightness, otherwise things go bang,
yeah.
just be aware. With
Uh,
the power injection, which you're going to explain, it probably won't be so much of a problem. Daryl had a similar issue. He actually had a data wire fail, and the pixel just went straight to 100% brightness on that output.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. So, Ozaz, what model of controller was that?
It was an Alpha Pix, Polytoro Alpha Pix.
Ah, okay.
But as I said, with data wire, you get something wacky goes on that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before.
Just something to be aware that never, my background in electronics, I would never rely on some software saying only run at maximum 30%, but you should always be aware that you should be able to be running at 100% and not relying on that to be the supply. So if you can supply 100% of the lights, with power injection, you'll never ever have an issue. If you still then run at 30% brightness for whatever reason, that's great. I've got one power supply that runs at, if I run 100% brightness, 96% of the power supply output.
Yeah, I might just repeat this for anyone who's watching the recording, that Ozaz had a Pixel controller which overheated in really hot weather and reset its brightness setting to 100%. So a bit like what I was saying before, where you don't really want to rely on that brightness setting to stop things from overloading. Like I said before, though, if you're just relying on it to stop pixels from showing the wrong colors due to voltage drop, which I will demonstrate in a minute, then that's not so bad. But you don't want to rely on brightness settings to stop things from overloading. Okay, so what else? I want to elaborate on anything else. Oh yes, thicker cables, you can double the cables. So if you have a huge roll of thin cable and you don't have any thick cable, but you still have a voltage drop problem, don't go out buying more, or don't make a special trip to go and buy more thick cable, just double your existing cables, and that should halve your voltage drop. If your number of cables is uneven, so an odd number, then you can double, well, you have the positive and the negative going to the lights. But if you have slightly thicker one than the other, make it the negative. And the reason for that is, at least with WS2811 pixels, the negative is used as a reference for the data signal. And so a little bit of current will flow through the data wire, and the return path for that current is through the negative wire. The negative will carry slightly more current than the positive. And because it's being used as a reference, voltage drop in the negative can corrupt the data if it's really bad. So if in doubt, and you can only double one of them, double the negative. I think that's it for this slide. Yeah, so here I have some diagrams. This is how you would power lights through the controller, although I have added some power injection after it. Excuse me, my diagrams here, they look a bit more like strips than they do strings of lights. I originally drew these for strips, but strings seem to have, or nodes seem to have gained more popularity. And What's that? Strip rule? Yeah, I still use a bit of strip. I don't have a problem with it. The trouble is that when your strip is in a location where, and you haven't mounted it, if it's in a location where it blows around in the wind a lot, it hates that. I myself have mostly been able to get away with not mounting strip as long as it doesn't blow around in the wind, but mounting it's a good idea. Okay, so in this arrangement here, the first string of lights is powered through the controller. Then the second and third are powered from that injection point. Notice how the second one has the data coming in from the left and the power coming in from the right. That's because data is directional, but power isn't. As long as I have the negative connected somehow along the whole length, that should work just fine. The negative, again, is used as a reference for the data. There are a couple of ways you can connect the negative. In this example here, I've done it through the strings of lights. So it's I have my string of lights here. The negative and also the positive will be continuous all the way through this string of lights from start to end. I'll confiscate that. It's all right. Okay, so if I have the negative connected all the way from start to end, then I shouldn't have any data problems. Or if I don't want to connect the negative between my strings of lights, I can connect it from power supply to power supply. This should work. My positive, if I have my controller powered from a different power supply to the injection point, the positive has to be disconnected between them, which I have done here. So the positive is shown by the red line. Notice how there is no positive connection between strings 1 and 2. That's why. Because if I have the positive and the negative, so I have to have the negative connected for the data purposes, but if I connect the positive and the negative between the outputs of two power supplies, they will fight each other. I accidentally did that a couple of years back, and my lights flickered. I presume worse things can happen, but it didn't work very well when I accidentally did that, so don't do it. If you power through the controller, there's an advantage there. It's convenient. The controllers usually have a fuse built in. A slight downside is if you mess something up, then you do have the controller supplying current, so there's a slight risk you could damage your controller if you mess up your wiring configuration. But there is merit in doing this. So if I have, for example, if I have a mega tree and I decide I will use a Falcon F16 V3 with a couple of expansion ports, that's going to give me 48 outputs of pixel data and pixel power as well, which have a fairly low limit for the number of pixels that they can have. But if I used one of them for each strand of a tree, that's a really convenient way to distribute power. So there is merit in doing that, and every one of them would be fused as well. Yes, if you're powering through the controller, because the controller is handling current and the power supply powering the controller is handling current through the controller, then it's a good idea to have the power supply close to the controller. The points on the slide, yes, I'll demonstrate this as well. The controller and the power supply can be two different voltages. Notice how I've only connected the negative through the lights between the multiple power sources. I haven't connected the positive. They can be two different voltages because the different voltage pixels use the same signal. I sometimes see new members wondering, which voltage should I choose for my display? And if you're comfortable that you're not going to mix them up and connect the wrong voltage, then I see you may as well choose it on an item by item basis because they will run end to end. I can have my controller powered with 5 volt and my lights are 12 volt, no problems, just don't have the positive connected between them. Power the lights with injection.
You're saying in that scenario,
Yep.
You could have 4 volts to the controller, 4 volts obviously to string 1.
Yep.
You could inject 5 volts to string 2 and 3.
Yes. And I will do that in a little demonstration when I get through the rest of the slides.
How long you got left?
Oh, am I running out of time?
3 hours.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't even... Okay. I can't believe it's been half an hour. Yeah, maybe I need to do the demonstration thing at, I don't know, a lunch break or something. Yeah, let's do that. But should I go through, how many slides do I have? Yeah, a bit. Okay. All right, see how much I get through. If you have to cut me off, then I'll have to continue. I'll just do it as a round table at lunchtime. Yes, I'll keep you in at lunchtime, all right? Okay. So this is not powering through the controller. It's fairly similar to powering through the controller, except I've just injected with the power supplies and I haven't connected the positive to the controller. This is what I do in my display. I was previously using a controller that doesn't even support power distribution. This is how I would do it. It's one of those BeagleBone capes from Smart Alec Lights. Works beautifully. Change my page. So like I said, safer for the controller. Again, we can have different voltages. Positive has to be connected, negative continues. There's a heavier reliance, it's a downside of this setup, you have a heavier reliance on connecting wires directly to power supplies instead of through the controller. You may need some bus bars because you could run out of screw terminals on the power supplies. And it is a bit more work to build, but it works well for me. Here I have, so I'm trying to speed up a bit, here I have another configuration. This is not wrong, but it's a bit inefficient. And the reason for that is that notice how I'm only getting one string of lights per injection point. If I go back here, where I'm injecting both directions, I get 2 strings of lights per injection point. Here I'm only injecting one way. And this sort of thing can come up with the misconception that power is directional when it's not. And so you're using an unnecessary number of injection points for the number of strings of lights that are there. Another little downside of this is that, let's say where string 1 meets string 2, string 1 might have a little bit of voltage drop by the time you get to the end of it. It's not really a problem, but when you have a freshly injected pixel right next to it at the beginning of string 2, there could be a slight brightness difference between the two. It's not that bad, but it might be noticeable. Whereas here we have the non-powered end of the strings meeting each other and the powered ends meeting each other, so it should be more consistent. Here's an incorrect configuration. Who can tell me what's wrong with this? I think you're on, yes, that's it. You're on the right track, just the terminology. Yes, we should not have, unless if your controller is powered by the same power supply as the injection point, then this is okay, because a power supply can't fight itself. But yes, if they're 2 different power supplies, then this is incorrect. They will fight each other. They will not be happy. Here's another incorrect configuration. They can tell me what's wrong with this one. No? But, sorry? Yes, that's it. The negative will have to be connected back to the controller and from string 2 to string 3. Otherwise, there's no reference for the data. Here we have another configuration which you pretty much can't avoid. I have a negative loop, which it usually is fine, and you'll get this coming up all the time. I just mention it in case someone gets this flicker.
So if you over there, so we'll do, Trevor will do the Chiroprox over there.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I don't think I'll be much longer. Here's a negative loop. So between strings 2 and 3 and the power supply, I can draw a circle with the negative. That can cause a flickering problem. I don't think you need to worry about this, but if your lights are flickering, then keep it in mind that this could be what's happening. So if you disconnect the negative between strings 2 and 3, that will fix it. They're on the same power supply, so they have the same reference. However, if you do that, the reference is still not as good as directly connecting them, so that can cause flicker. There's no perfect answer here, just try both.
So some power supplies obviously got two power circuits.
2 power circuits.
There's like 2 layers.
Multiple screw terminals on the same supply? Yeah, that's fine. They're all connected in parallel, so you could use any positive with any negative output on the power supplies.
So they're separate, so you have that power supply in there, and it's got 2 positives and 2 negative terminals on it.
Yep.
Does that still cause that flickering potentially, or is that?
It's not to do with, no, that would still cause it. So it's not to do with the number of screw terminals on the power supply. They're connected in parallel, so, I see. So if these 2 sets of wires coming from the power supply are on different screw terminals, it would still flicker. It doesn't help. Because the screw terminals are wired in parallel to each other. They're just the same thing, like having a bus bar built onto the power supply. So try disconnecting the negative between string 2 and 3, see whether that fixes it. But the thing is, disconnecting that negative could also cause a flicker if you have voltage drop within those strings, because then the negative reference isn't as stable. So no perfect answer, but chances are it'll work both ways. Just if one way doesn't work, try the other way. There's probably not a lot of point in me going through this slide, I don't think, now that except for Ozaz. Who else? Anyone here who's been here a really long time? I had a flickering problem here. Probably not much point in me going through this slide. But I'll tell you what happened. I'll explain what the problem was. First up, who can spot the negative loop? Yeah, they're part of it. Anyone spot the negative loop? Do you want to say where it is? You've spotted it. Okay. Anywhere that you can draw a circle with a negative wire and it meets back where it started. Yep. There's a negative, that's right, there's a negative loop going right around the whole thing except for strip 3. And turns out that wasn't the problem, but it was kind of related. What happened was I had, near the beginning of strip 1, I had a manufacturing defect in that strip, or it would have been the same with pixels. I had a manufacturing defect, and the negative was, it was broken partway through the strip. But because I had this big loop, the negative from the 12-volt power supply was still connected all the way around through the other lights and back to the beginning of strip 1. So when I ran these on low brightnesses, then there was not enough voltage drop all the way around that loop to cause any problems. But when they were running at higher brightnesses, then that would cause flicker because the beginning of strip 1, which carries the data all the way through strips 2 and 3, was underpowered. It was weird because I couldn't see any voltage drop in correct colors, as most of those, the majority of those 2 strips, they were, actually no, voltage drop would have happened all the way around that loop. But anyway, those strips were mostly powered just fine from the 12-volt supply. So they were showing correct colors, but they were flickering like crazy when they were on full brightness. Did my head in, but I got there in the end. Where did I cut it? Oh, the negative loop wasn't the problem. It was just...
Did you end up cutting the negative loop out?
No, I didn't. I fixed that strip. I repaired the strip. Everything was fine after that. No, and the vast majority of the times a loop won't cause an issue. I just mention it in case you have flickering pixels. I don't think anyone needs to worry about that in their design. You can put in 100 negative loops and you probably won't have a problem. just thought I should mention it because if your pixels are flickering, try that as a diagnosis. Really, I wouldn't worry about the negative loop. It worked fine once I repaired that strip. T-connectors. Ray Wu sells these, maybe some other vendors. Notice how this wiring diagram looks a bit familiar. I pulled these pictures straight from Ray Wu's AliExpress listing. And see how this looks exactly the same as the injection points here. I don't have any of these connectors, whoops, that I've bought from Ray Wu. I haven't bought any from Ray Wu, but I did make some of my own, so I can still demonstrate what they do. And then there are different connector types to use with power injection. The general rule is choose one and stick with it. I have the 15mm connectors here. I don't love them. I'm thinking I might change them. They're a bit hard on my hands and they cross thread easily. X-Connect was made to be a standard, so I'd probably change to those. Does anyone have any input on connector types, which ones to use? Yeah?
I've used mostly X-Connect. I bought some Ray Wu when they went, yeah, they're not as nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But the Indian, how do you pronounce it, their connectors, it was nice if everyone went to something like that.
Oh, yeah, Minleon ones.
Yeah. Plug them together, it was just a quarter or a half burn. Just a click.
Okay, I've never seen a Minleon connector.
The other problem that people have pointed out is there's no chassis connectors for any of those. And all the boxes we've got pigtails hanging out of them, which,
What are chassis connectors?
yeah, it's a little bit...
Flush mount connection, there's no flush mount connection. Yeah, you've got to go with a stick. You've got to go and find something that you can get both sides of it, both types.
It would be nice if there was a connector.
There are connectors out there.
So when you
start playing with
shut
shut
on, your box is just the box. There's no cables hanging out. You just can screw to your side of your box.
Oh, yeah, the box-mounted connector. Yeah, that's a good point.
There's a couple of people have built them and then basically cut off the Raywood connectors, put their own ones on them.
All the ones that we put like connectors.
Yeah, that's
They use those for their connections as well.
Anyway, you digress. Keep going.
Yeah, all good. Yes, so I have heard of the suggestion I'm using multiple voltages, so I'll use a different connector for different voltages. And if you're worried that you're going to mix your voltages by mistake, then, oh, did you say that? Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't hear you from back there. But yes, I've heard that suggestion, and that's a personal preference thing. An obvious downside of that being, I've bought a bunch of these T connectors. Dang it, I've run out of the type that I need. But it would stop you confusing your voltages, definitely, unless you just plug the wrong thing into a power supply anyway, because the power supplies don't have these connectors on them. Was going to do a demonstration, but I think we should leave that for the moment because I've already gone way over time.
Is there any T connectors that are off the shelf that have the, the power injection type?
These ones?
Yep. So the 2 pin where it's got power injection and data flows through from left to right.
Yep.
Is there any that have the positive terminated so that it doesn't travel both ways? So you have 3 coming in, terminating, you know what I mean? I don't even make your own, but
So you're thinking... Yeah, there are some that have 3 pins in the middle.
so you can spread the
What was I saying? So I'm not sure why you would want one of those. However, I do have, which I'll show in my demonstration, I do have this.
You're not a soldering person. And you have to apply all the connectors, right? It's a quick way of doing it.
Yeah, I do have these which I've made up. So this is just a connector to connector cable, but it has the positive disconnected. And I use these quite a lot in my display between display items, so I can daisy chain them but have each item on its own power supply. I use that also with powering things with DC-DC converters. I should mention those. So I have in my display, I have my traditional lights which are running at 31 volts, and I might have a lone pixel item out in the middle of nowhere because it's a big yard, and I don't want to invest in a big power supply for a tiny little pixel item, so I'll use a DC-DC converter, and I would run 31 volts, so you can even do it 12 volts to 5 volts. I'd run a 31 volt cable out to that pixel item, then the DC-DC converter will drop it to 5 volts, and I'll run my pixels. Okay. Yeah, I do a bit of that. I don't do it for when I... Yeah, it goes, like I've seen for myself, yes, it does go a lot further. I'm using 31 volts instead of 24, but yes. It's fine because any little bit of voltage drop before the DC-DC converter doesn't really matter because it's still going to convert it to 5 volts for me. Little heads up with those, don't overload them because as I believe it was Darrell C found out, when you push the limit with those, they output a higher voltage than they're supposed to. So he fried some P10 panels. It gave them 7 volts instead of 5 volts, I believe. Anyway, I think that's about all I was going to cover other than demonstrating. So maybe around the lunch break, I'll hook up some of these lights and we can see some voltage drop happening and how to fix it. I suppose so, yeah, we could. I may as well do that here. We can leave the lights here where they are. Probably not that far off of lunchtime. Sorry, I went over time. You want more? Yes, so if I'm not running a lot of current through my controller, I can have my controller a long way from the power supply and just run a little cable out to it because voltage drop before the controller is not really a problem. There's not enough current to cause it. Then I also like that when I'm injecting power for everything, not powering through the controller, if I short something out, it's less likely that I will damage the controller. And for testing purposes, I meant to mention this, for testing purposes, it's on the desk here somewhere. Oh, it's in my hand actually, but it blended in with the cable. Here we go. I've made an extra cable for it, but if you don't have one of these, yeah, good. Yeah, if you don't have one of these, go on eBay or throw one into your next order through one of the big vendors of pixels. Most of them sell things like this. Oh, Alan just here is selling them, is he? Great. I didn't. So what this does, I should explain what this is. So at one end here, I'll give it power, and this particular one takes between 5 and 24 volts. Then at the other end, I get my power goes back out again, and I get data as well. And this is what I'll use in my demonstration. It cost all of about $4 or $5 by the time I had it delivered to me. And as you can see, I have at some point messed up and shorted something out on this. The insulation on one of the wires here is a bit melted. I'm really glad that it was a $5 pixel tester and not a $200 Falcon. So I recommend having one of these in your testing kit. Yeah, the voltage meters. Yeah. It might be shared, but I'm still not powering through the controller. I realise that some current may go through the negative to the controller. That's just a risk I accept, because in... Yeah. We're finished. We're finished. Yeah, we're finished. We're just chatting now. What's happening, lunch? Oh, okay. So if we have some free time, I could do the demonstration. Okay, yeah, let's demonstrate. You coming back? Yeah, that's fine. It'll take me a moment. All right, let's demonstrate.
That's better. That's working. Had to check that the power, do we want to get started? Well, that's a whole lot of yay. Okay, recording a display. It's going to be a little bit dry, sorry, but it should give you some good tips on how to do it. Typical disclaimer, my ideas. If you don't like it or don't agree with me, next room, thank you. And please show me on this software, Lithgow hurt you if you have a problem. Why do I record my display? Good question. For me, the number one reason is so that I can look back, pick on my own display, see what I did right, see what I did wrong. And it does allow me, though, to show to the charity. Each year we raise money for Red Kite. And that money, part of the thing we do is each year, usually in January, February, we did it last week, thanks to COVID, we go down, we hand over the cheque to Red Kite, and we show them some of our sequences. But it's also, thanks to COVID as well, but also it's allow other people that can't visit our display for whatever reason to actually see it. Now, putting it mildly, videoing my display, because of the way I do my display, it sucks. The reason is I use brightness a lot. That brightness slider in X-Lights, I use it all the time. So it's nothing for my house to be at 10% brightness when the Megatree is at 100%, when other items are at full brightness. What I find is it gives me something in the background that's not just blackness. But that does not record well. Again, how do I record it? I personally record it using a DSLR. The one sitting over here, which is Ben's, is the same as my wife's camera. It's a Nikon D3200. I'm not sure if he's got a 31 or 3200. I used to use that. I use my Nikon D800, and I've got a 7000 as well. I have quite regularly used my iPhone. There's reasons that it will show why I don't use it very often pretty soon. I have an FM radio, and the reason I have an FM radio with me is I don't sit it there and record, phone, camera, whatever it happens to be, and record with the radio there. It's just simply I bring it up for 2 or 3 seconds now and then so that I can sync the audio. I know my audio enough. I have enough points where the music goes bang and the lights come on at the same time. I sync it to that point. I know it's right. I don't have that issue that much, but for those that don't know or have more subtle lights just moving around, they don't have that impact, that can allow you to synchronise later on. And I use a computer program to edit, obviously. I'll go through some programs in a little while. Now, why do I prefer a DSLR over an iPhone? As you can see on the screen there, that big blue box is a full frame camera, which is what I use. That's the size of the sensor. Well, maybe not quite that big, but it gives you an idea. Down to that one on 2.5, that's still bigger than my iPhone, than most Androids. So what you need to think about is the pixel size, and not pixels as in LEDs, as pixels as in light gathering items. So the pixel size on my Nikon D800 is 4.88 micrometers. That's damn tiny. The 3200 is 3.8. GoPro, again, another option to use for recording your display, 2.2 microns. My iPhone, 1 micron, one of the cameras. So that 1 micron is less than a 16th of the actual size. So think about it as a bucket. You put a bucket out and a cup out, which is going to get more water when it rains. The bucket, it's got a lot larger area. The phone is going to get a lot more light. Why is that important? Anyone know? Yeah. What happens is when you get less light, to actually get the same brightness output on the screen, you need to amplify that. That amplification adds noise. That's why when you record with your phone, it's noisy, it's grainy, compared to recording with a proper, ideally everyone should have, a proper shoulder-mounted camera that, that all the TV stations use. I can't afford 20 or 30 or 40 grand for a camera, plus. So I just use my DSLR. The larger the pixels, the more light collected, which is what I just said. Thus the lower ISO, which is effectively amplification. And the less noise in the final image or video. Now, video, thanks to our brains being rather complex and also a little bit easy to be fooled, you'll notice noise less in video, but it's still there. Now, let's go through a few software options, right? So once you've recorded your display on however you choose, phone, GoPro, and I will go through a few settings later on that will give you some guidelines on how to do that. Let's go through a few software options. This is what I use, Adobe Premiere Pro. It's damn expensive. I pay the $76.99 a month, but that gives me all the Adobe software, Dreamweaver, Photoshop, all those sort of things, as well as Premiere Pro. If you want to just get Premiere Pro, it's $29.99 a month. There is educational discounts, which I do get, which drops that price quite dramatically. Cyberlink Power Director is another one that I've played with. Again, you can get it for $66.99 a year. These are Australian dollars too, or $26.99 a month. And Final Cut Pro for an Apple, no, not going to happen at $500 bucks. Most of us have spent plenty of money on our lights, controllers, hardware to set it all up. Putting it mildly, we're tight asses. So let's have a look at a couple of free options. Lightworks. It's actually pretty powerful. There's free and a paid version. The free version is limited, but for what we need, all as you need is to take that video, to maybe add a title to it at the start to say what song it is and what your display name is, and then add audio in as a separate track. All these software can do that real easily. So you can get away with the free version of Lightworks. But oh boy, is it powerful, but it's also hard to use. For people that are used to using pretty simple programs, even X-Lights, it's pretty complex, I guess, but some of these are a little bit over the top. It will take you a while. Plenty of YouTube videos on teaching you how to use these free software. HitFilm Express. Oh, it is awesome. But don't try and run it on your 4 or 5 year old PC. It'll sit there and crunch and crunch and crunch and crunch. I've got a relatively new PC. It's a 12-core processor, and it still struggles with it. And to get the install program, I had to put a social media link up saying I was using it. I got the install, I deleted that social media link. So it's a little bit difficult to get. It's Mac and Windows only, whereas Lightworks does have a Linux version. I don't think anyone in here uses Linux. The only one that I know is SmartAlec. And last, Shotcut. It's actually a really powerful, it's always been a free program on Linux. It is different, putting it mildly. Most of us have grown up sort of using Windows for the last, number of years. There's stuff in menus that shouldn't be there. The screens look a bit weird because it comes from a Linux background. But it is completely free. You can, with HitFilm and Lightworks, you can buy extra items. If you wanted to be able to do multi-camera, you can buy that in the Pro versions. This one comes with all that built in, but you've got to kind of install each bit that you want. So it's a little bit clunky in that way, but it is actually really powerful. Some settings. We need to know what to do. For my DSLR, 25 frames per second. That's an Australian standard. Why don't you think we use 30 frames per second for recording for the show? Anyone? It can, but the reason is a 30th of a second versus, 30 frames per second gives you less time to capture the light. Because there's a little setting coming up in 2, I think, points. You set the capture speed at at twice the speed of this. So 25 frames per second, it's 1/50th of a second per capture point. 30 frames is a 60th of a second. So it's actually less time, so you're getting less light, which means you need a higher ISO. Again, more noise in your image. The actual size, 1080p, 4K, 2.7K, whatever you want to record it at, that's your choice. That makes no difference to the quality. Honestly, beg, borrow, steal, buy, rent, whatever, a decent lens if you're going to use a DSLR. Ben borrowed one of my lenses last year to record his display. He was using that setup. He borrowed one of my lenses, which is a $600 or $700 lens. He gave it back to me yesterday. Made all the difference, he said. What I'd say is a wide aperture, an f2.8 lens, and so that you can get your display so you don't have to stand in the middle of the street or across the road. Why don't you want to stand in the middle of the street? You get run over. Why don't you want to stand on the other side of the street? Because you get the damn cars in the display and people walking. If you can stand up close to your display, all that traffic's behind you, you're safe, and also you don't get it in your video. Camera in manual, completely manual. Shutter speed, ISO, focus, everything in manual. Aperture, which is effectively the size of the hole letting light in. An f2.8 lens is a pretty decent sized lens. Don't shoot wide open, shoot it down a couple of stops. The reason is, when it's wide open, you get what they call chromatic aberration. It's purple fringy bits on the edge of the thing. It's just the design of the lens. There's sort of a bit of a trade-off, but you can put up with it in video, but I don't like it. And a 50th of a second shutter speed. Not all cameras allow shutter speed to be set in video. It's dependent on the frames per second. And you'll find that most of them, if you set it to 25 frames a second, it'll be a 50th of a second. And adjust the ISO, which is effectively amplification, to get the right brightness. I will show you how to actually check that in a sec. GoPro phone, again, 25 frames a second. Some of them don't allow you to set that. It's a 30 frames a second. 1080p or 4K. Turn off night mode. The way night mode works with a lot of video is it'll actually use longer shutter speeds, so it'll blur things. It looks like crap with our lights. You just get this blurry mess. Tap the screen to lock in the brightness. Now, here's where I set up a photo song. And what the photo song, it's a photo setup song. It has my focus point, bright. So I focus on my display, and you'll see a shot of my display in a little while, on the front corner, roughly a third to halfway in the display, but I shoot from 3 different locations, and that particular focus point in each one of those is lit up nice and bright, so that I can sit my camera down, play that sequence, focus on that, and then adjust everything because I know the focus is correct. Adjust the ISO, GoPro, you can do that. Phones, it's kind of a press and that's it. Fixed focus, again, GoPro and phones are fixed focus, so you haven't got that focus. They've got a really deep depth of field, even in video. It's not bad. Just make sure you turn off things like portrait mode in phones. Settings to record. As I said, consider a setup sequence. I actually have one. It works really good. It's about 1.5 minutes long. I only play it the once, set up, and then I start playing and recording my sequences. Have a nice bright object, screen, singing face, something like that. Light it up completely so you can focus on that. With a DSLR, you can actually autofocus. Select your autofocus, single point autofocus on that point, half press your shutter, and it'll actually focus on that, and then turn your focus to manual. That works really well, and that's the way I actually do it with mine. Don't zoom in if you're using a lens that can zoom in a lot. Don't zoom right in using the lens, focus and zoom out. Your focus will change. On the lenses we actually use, which we're paying, a few $100 to a couple of $1,000, that focus changes from end to end. So it's a disaster. A lot of screens, when you're viewing on the back, you can actually zoom in on the screen using the plus and minus buttons on the Nikons, and you can use a scroll wheel on the Canons. to allow you to zoom in, set your focus manually, and then zoom back out. Use a tripod. Now, when I do a couple of walk-arounds, I walk around with my phone and it's bouncing around and all the rest of it. That's fine for a walkthrough video and a casual, maybe a Zoom chat or something like that. But to record your video, to put it up on YouTube or something like that, use a tripod. Now, record a song. If you've never done it before, record one song, go inside, load it on your computer and have a look at it. You go, looks really good on the camera or on the phone. You go inside and go, oh, no. That way it allows you to go, oh, well, it's too bright or it's too dark or it's whatever. Adjust your settings, go back out, record the same song, come back in, do it again. Now, this is an aerial video that was sent to me by a friend. And I look at it and go, wow, that actually doesn't look too bad. Can anyone pick any issues with it? Be critical, come on. It's too bright. It is too bright. Look, these are idiots down the front that have got their headlights on, which is not helping. So, you've got a lovely shot of the hedges across the front. Look at the singing faces, way overexposed. Out the back, you can actually see the sheds out the back there. Again, it's overexposed. You can see the front, look at the jet ski. That jet ski was completely black. There's no lights on it, it's only reflected lights off the house. So it's way overexposed. No way of adjusting that was a Maverick Mini, I think, from memory. He tried about 6 or 7 goes at getting it looking really nice. But when you watch it in video, it's actually not bad. Not great, but it gives people an idea of what it looks like. So, that's acceptable, but it's not great. But hey, if that's all you can do, that's all you can do, and it'll do. Here's my video. Again, I don't think it's the same song. I tend to underexpose my videos a little bit. And the reason is I don't want the house to be lit up by the other lights. We've got a street light across the road. I don't really want that to affect the video. And I think you can actually see it in, no, you can't quite. So I underexpose mine, but notice the screen, which is there, really hard to record. I actually use the screens as my brightness. So my screens look really good in the recording. They're a little bit overexposed, but the rest of the house is actually not too bad, but there's no other light causing problems. I prefer to do it that way. It looks better.
To the corner of the house.
Sorry?
I just need to check this is right.
Oh, it is too. I didn't realise it was going to play that. Yeah. Talking to myself. What did I say? Lessons I've learned. Here's a big one. Adjust the brightness of your items. So in video, and actually not in video, in everything, they look the same. What I do is I went through all my items and I found something that I wanted to be the dominant item. In my case, it was the singing faces. They run at 100%. So I put the singing faces at 100% brightness, then adjusted my window outlines to be the same brightness. To my eyes, uneducated, uncalibrated eyes, they look the same. Then I did my house outline. Then I went through and I did all the other items. And I adjusted the brightness, initially in X lights, just by moving the slider up and down to say, okay, my mega tree had to be 70% brightness to match everything else. So then I'll lock that into the controller at 70%. I run between 50% for things like my large scale dense props through to 100% brightness. Everything's built to run at 100% brightness, but I want things to be roughly the same across the whole display. Makes it really good for filming too. Screens don't record well. We did a sequence for Sue's mum. She passed away last year in December. The video that I did of that, the screens don't look great, but I had to accept that, again, there was some slight banding, some slight lines. They were P5 panels versus P10s. You've got to accept that screens don't always look great. Recordings are not anywhere near as good as watching the real thing. As I said at the start, one thing I do is I have the brightness slider in X-Lights used heaps. So you might be seeing my Megatree at its 100%, which is 70% actual brightness, doing something, but I will have the house at 10% brightness. The reason I have that is I don't want blackness in the background all the time. Sometimes I do if I just want the Megatree. I use that. It does not record. Accept that. Record later in the evening when traffic's not high. So if you are recording across the road or you've got people coming till 10 o'clock, record at 10:15. Do a couple of songs each night. If you've got multiple songs, record that. I'm not a fan of recording on dusk, but for some people they prefer it, and it does make it easier at times, depending on your display, to record. I don't like the look because I don't want people to see my house, I want them to see the lights. That's the reason I record after dark. Sometimes still images do the display better, or more justice than video. I've got a couple of songs that look absolutely terrible when videoed, but the stills of those look absolutely awesome. Tough luck. You know, if you want to really appreciate my display, don't watch my YouTube videos, come see it. That's it. The Vegemite one, it looks horrible because it's a black and white one candle. Again, doesn't look great because I use a lot of 10% brightness. So there's a lot of subtle, very, very dull things. Again, True Colours looks terrible in video because what I did with True Colours, and it's the Trolls version, I actually use yellow, or the orange colour, which looks like an old incandescent light, but I use the brightnesses down to, I think it was 8% I worked out I could get to, up to about 100%. I think it was a little bit under 100. But it kind of looks a bit on video. And it's not until I say the word colour that any colour other than that is used. In person, it's a real effective thing. But on video, it kind of looks a bit dull. Any questions? Yep. Okay. What I would suggest, that was something I was going to cover and I didn't modify that, is put it up on YouTube. I have not had issues. Now, what YouTube does is, let's say, True Colours, right? So I put that up on YouTube. They will then say, hey, listen, that's a Warner's, well, WMG usually, song. We're going to put advertising on your video and we're taking the money. I don't care. They're more than welcome. They did the song. Admittedly, I did the video that people are watching, but it's their song. They can take the money. I'm not in it for the money. If you were to put that straight on Facebook, Facebook will go, no. They'll block it straight away, or within, usually an hour or two, it's blocked. But put it on YouTube and share the link on Facebook, not a problem. Because you're not putting it on Facebook, you're putting it on YouTube. So they're taking the rights and the money, and you can still share that link. Vimeo is the other one. I had a really good run with Vimeo for a number of years, and then they started cracking down on this. Now, I thought they would go the same way as YouTube and take the advertising money. Nope, they just simply delete your account. They deleted my account. I had 3 strikes in one day, and they deleted my account and every video that I had on there. No warnings, no nothing, bang, gone. Thank you very much. I'd paid for that account. No money back, no nothing.
So, it's interesting. With audio, I always just grab off my body.
Yeah, I do too, yep.
Convert it and use it.
Yep.
And I'll even mash up tracks.
Yep.
Like Ray's shown one.
Yep.
And I rang the phone before APRA.
Yep.
Because I wanted to get a license to find out. And I went through with them this is a couple of years ago now. And they said, you don't need one.
That's correct.
Put it in writing.
That's correct.
So when you post on Facebook, Facebook sent you a message saying, do you have rights?
Yep.
Blah, blah, blah. And I'll just go, yes. And
Yep.
then it goes through okay.
Yep. That's something that with FM transmitting, go to ACMA, you can get a free licence. You can apply, get a free licence. We've been doing that every year since it's been allowed. Provided, there's a couple of caveats to that, provided you don't make money for your display, so it's not commercial. You can raise money for charity, but you can't take a profit. Now, there was a certain couple there was one in Western Australia and one in South Australia that I know of, that were effectively commercial displays. They were putting it up, but because they were getting staff to put the display up, staff to sequence it, but they said, oh no, it's my display. No, it's not, it's a commercial display for your company. So therefore, they would, if they wanted to cover themselves legally, have to buy a licence. There's a few ways around that, and there's a few costs and that involved. But what I've been told is once you go commercial, it's very hard to get a non-commercial free licence again. So I've had offers a couple of times for companies to come in and help offset the cost. The moment I do that, I would not like to walk that line and say, well, yeah, they're giving me the money and I'm giving them a little bit of, I won't say advertising, a bit of exposure. Well, no, that to me is a commercial agreement. So therefore I'm a commercial display. So therefore I've got to cover my ass with all those other things. While it's suing my display, it's a private thing. I don't have to have traffic management plans. I don't have to have any sort of insurance because no one's coming on my property. All that, once it becomes commercial, you've got all that other issue. And you're right though, but you can, I've fought a couple of them on because I've had the actual artist's permission. And they went, oh, righto, and then 3 months later the audio gets put back on and stuff like that. But if you're going to put anything up on, actually if you're going to use any song, purchase the song, whether it be iTunes, whether it be wherever, buy the CD, you've legally purchased it, get yourself the free license, which allows you to use the 10 microwatt transmitter, which I mentioned earlier in the other display, other talk, which we all use 10 microwatts, don't we? Yes. Which allows you to legally transmit that. Because again, it's not a profit-making thing. No other questions? I'm liking this. They're nice. They're nice songs. It was on the list, but no, I didn't. You're right. It is actually pretty good. I've played with it. Like Windows Movie Maker. That works. There's plenty of other options. Those were the three that I'd played with the most. But there's probably another 20 or 30 out there that when I started looking, I went, oh yeah, I've used that one, I've used that one, I've used that one, I've seen this one. There's heaps. So honestly, there's no, again, it's like the Tune2 sign that I did, talk that I did. There's no best for you. If you're comfortable with DaVinci or with Premiere Pro or with Final Cut Pro, it's your choice. I just gave a couple of options. But yeah, that's another good one. Yep. There are a couple, like for instance, I've got 2 or 3 that are blocked in nearly every country. Who is it? Pentatonics. Most of their songs, as soon as you upload, there's some that I've got up there that are okay, but most of the ones that other people have used, as soon as you go there, they've just blocked it in everywhere except for 1 or 2 little countries. Like I've got probably 4 or 5 songs that are blocked in Iran, Iraq, some other countries overseas. As long as they're not blocked here, I really don't care. Yep. I've got Still Narked. I can't think of the name of the band, Man of War. And it's blocked in Germany and France. Because it's actually a mashup of the English and German version of the song. But when I did the English version, it was never a problem. When I actually did a mashup of the 2, German and English, it got blocked in these countries and it was, oh well, so be it. Yeah, yeah. And there are things like that. There are a number of that are just a straight out, you can't put it anywhere. And again, if you've got a mashup or I've got a number of songs, you know, I've got 40 odd songs in my display. The way I do my display is every night most of the new songs for that year are on. Yeah, so I've got 5 new songs, 3 of them might be on and 2 old ones from previous years. So every night there's a bit of a mix up, but I only record the new songs for this year. So whatever songs I have this year, one of them's Prince Purple Rain. I don't know how that's going to go because every time I've seen mashups of that with lights, I can see the lights but I can't hear the music. So I expect that to happen as well. So be it.